So, we are Big Brother, basically. We're servicing the nation, that's right. We were selected for the Orwell program, of which like a billion people applied or whatever. And we get the ability to monitor people very closely and basically build a case for or against them. This is awkwardly like moving into place. Alright. Sure. We just got a single mother killed. We sure did. Yeah. That was pretty much a ruin no matter what situation. So I think they pretty much were gonna pose it as if we could have done something different whichever way we went with things. Yeah, she wasn't a double mother, so. Langley. Let's see. So there's this, group of intellectuals that formed to talk about the security state and how it's a bad thing, and they looked like they might be the cause of some of these bombings that happened, and our initial suspects weren't the cause, even though there was we could have put evidence on them. We could have basically put wrong evidence on them. Like there's been some amount of stuff along the lines of where if you take something out of context, you can make someone look very guilty, sort of thing. This thing with our first sort of suspect we were dealing with in the first day was Cassandra here, and she like commented, like she's text messaging with her boyfriend, right? And she talks about this credit card that she took off of his desk or whatever, and they were obviously fine with that and stuff like that. But if you just take that out of context, you can be like, well, bam, she's known for stealing credit cards, and like this is a crime we can charge her with, and so stuff like that. It's kind of an interesting look at that. But anyway, the other folks among this group have all proven innocent. Nina did set up the bombs, but she was doing so under the guidance of the kind of group leader Abraham Goldfell's there, that originally looked like he had a very sensible approach to things, and he does in his way, but yeah, he wanted the bombs to be set up symbolically to scare people, but the fact they did end up killing people, Abraham didn't approve of, and kind of was ready to throw Nina under the bus because of that. So Nina was guilty, but now we're looking up Abraham, and then we got this weird hacker dude here that has contacted both Harrison and Nina, and was doing some weird stuff, kind of trying to blackmail Harrison a little bit. Harrison's basically like, yeah, that ain't gonna work. This was another person that was in the group that sounded more revolutionary, but is currently basically writing articles for a pro-government newspaper because he desperately needed the money. Yeah, that's kind of a loose overview to catch us up a little bit here. To be fair, we get to basically pick which profile picture we're using for her. We had like 3 or 4 options. We could have gone with a different one, but that is the one we ended up picking for Cassandra. But the last choice we made regarding Nina, we had I guess two main choices there. That the fact that so she became clear that she knew we were coming for her, basically. So, but due to an earlier conversation with her babysitter, we knew that she was definitely going to go get her son before trying to run away anywhere else. So we have the choice of basically revealing the location of where her son is. That's where she's probably going. We also have the option of mentioning that she's taking her gun with her. Or not. So we did decide to mention both of those things ultimately because she did still, she set off 3 bombs that killed, 6 people or something, right? She was put in a bad place for it because of a lot of outside reasons outside her control, but ultimately she did still explode a bunch of people. So we decided to let Orwell catch her. But yeah, she had a boyfriend that was killed in a military mission, and then she was dishonorably discharged, and then due to the way some of the bills worked, the dishonorable discharge basically is a felony charge, so she couldn't get stable jobs, and made it very hard to take care of her son, and so on and so forth. So yeah, exactly, Sapper. So that's where we are. Yeah, so let's see the booking report for Nina here. Charge multiple homicide. When prompted to surrender, the suspect instead shouted out aggressively while producing a firearm, aiming at one of the executing special agents. The suspect then opened fire, wounding Special Agent Redacted on the left shoulder. Defense Special Agent Redacted drew his pistol and returned fire as the situation briefing had already suggested to proceed with extreme caution. The suspect was hit in the chest twice, causing her to collapse. An ambulance was called, but the paramedics were unable to resuscitate the target. Yeah, this is the redacted here is a little terrifying if you compare this to current real-world state of affairs, and well, how often police aren't really held accountable for things. Let's check out our new headlines for the day here, I suppose. I guess we'll look at the unimportant stuff to just skim it, see if it seems important at all. Sure. Exclusive interview with Gym founder Ronson. That's different than Ronson. Oh, that's Rosen, not Ronson over there. Okay. Exclusive interview to Gym founder Tyler Ronson. It's got all the equipment by themselves. They've done it at every gym studio. Go out to face whatever hinders you and punch it in the face as hard as you can. So we did exactly that. An interesting metaphor. It's not a metaphor. Went straight to the manager of the bank his parents were indebted to and punched him in the face. What does GEM stand for anywhere? It stands for Gym. Alright. Tyler Ronson admits assault, basically. Heavy rainstorm ravages Bonton and Farby. Let's see, bad weather Saturday. No casualties, 4 injuries. Firefighters called to 300 locations. Alleged perpetrator of Bunted bombings dead. Alright, this is our, I don't know, contacted Orwell, that is our guide or whatever. They effectively have a one-way communication to us, and also they are a bit of a power-hungry jerk that is swift to judge and looking to punish people. So screw you, Symes. Listen, I don't like the reports either. We needed to cover the fact that this happened somewhere in public. We cannot frighten people. Sometimes their truth and ours have to divert for the common good. You probably could have found a way to phrase that didn't sound like blatantly sketchy. At least like pretend that you were doing this for good reason. But I guess that. All right. Alleged perpetrator killed in her apartment. Explosive devices discovered. Delacroix shows relief. Delacroix is the Minister of Security or whatever. Hey, Crazy. The perpetrator of the recent attacks across Bonn is dead. Special Forces team stormed the flat of Nina M. yesterday evening after evidence suggesting that she was the lead suspect in the case. When confronted by the Special Forces, Nina M. drew a firearm and fired at police. The team returned fire, killing the suspect in the process. Upon searching the apartment of the deceased, Special Forces discovered nearly half a dozen additional homemade explosive devices. Alright. Which Nina had created with easily accessible chemicals, hardware, and military equipment. Investigative forces have indicated that the military-grade equipment belonged to Nina M. during her military service, which she was allowed to keep when she was dishonorably discharged in 2011. Whether this might pose a motive for Nina M. to commit the assaults is only speculative at this time. Upon receiving the news, Secretary of Security Catherine Delacroix showed relief. Our endeavor to find this evil individual has finally been crowned with success. I've never had any doubt about the capability of our investigative methods. This concludes a dark chapter in the history of Bonton and all the nation. Yeah. Spot the difference. Yeah, pretty much. Pretty much. This was the previous article on that. Overview. So the thought is the organization between the teacher and all those students and stuff. Hey, Kitty Catastrophe. Greetings, Dice Order. What has changed here that you are highlighting my attention to go here again? We've already seen almost all of these. All the stuff here. There's their DeviantArt page, pharmaceutical company, the band some of the people were in. Dating website, Twitter, Facebook combination site. Oh. There's another call between Juliet and Harrison here. Okay, it's like, we don't seem to have anything we're going on here. So important. They had a relationship that didn't go super well. Spoke to her yesterday. She was super scared of being tracked by someone who just skipped town. Suspected wiretapping. They might be listening to this very call as we speak. BFFs forever now, yep. Who's gonna help us? Langley! Abe knew Joseph. Get the people on our side. This is me defending myself. There is this guy, the hacker guy. I'll persuade initiate with ease. Oh god. Like, it's like, this might be more secure, but you just told us what we're listening on, so we can casually monitor this as well. Yep. Probably need to, yes, like, exactly. Just as an aside, what was your childhood pet's name? What school did you go to in elementary? And you mentioned you had a mother at one point. What was her maiden name again? I forgot. He's working Sunday. That's right, Sigma. Alright, well, nothing else is going to pop up until we do something else, so assumingly we need to link Abe and Joseph. What? I mean, fine, we can do it on Abe's side, I guess. They know each other? Very well. This could be a new lead. I will request to consider Joseph Langley a target. Yet another person in our database. Because we're so convinced we're doing the right thing. Huh. You having second thoughts after you're like, yeah, you know, the newspaper blatantly lying about what happened. You gotta do it sometimes. We have clearance to proceed. We're going to need to know some basics on who Joseph Langley is. Remember to check old sources. Other than that, focus on hints to Goldfells. He's the center, the crux of all this. Joey Forrest's wise ass. No idea who you are and why you suspect us of being involved in bomb bombings. What are these usual circumstances? I wouldn't care less about a weirdo like you, but you just told me in your last email that you would now tend to another. Well, have a look at the TNB, that's the newspaper. Is this the person you wanted to tend to? Soon enough you'll have some serious explaining to do, and it won't be to me if you get what I mean. Like you, I'm not writing to continue this ridiculous battle or whatever this is. Now we've all made ourselves comfortable in the same sinking ship. I want to suggest something better than battling each other. You claim to be righteous? Then be righteous. Become a member of thought. Said you're not on the government's side, so why not on ours? Alright, we can give Langley a face, I guess. Here you go. And yeah, here was a no, we can give him a different face if we wanted. Goofier graduate from school face here. I mean, we that's very known, but yep, I might bring up the law office's page or something like that, which it seems like it probably did. Yep. LOJL, Law Offices of Joseph Langley. You need an Easter egg where I can click on these, like, lights or something here. I'm not gonna go throwing in that address just yet. Maybe the Orwell will want to track him down, and I don't want them to, so we won't rush to make that a possibility. Greetings, instantiation. Expertise you can rely on. Various cases, copyright infringements. The Lion Share scandal. Took on the defense for Elwood Hendricks, during which he was able to convincingly argue that Hendricks had actually acted on behalf of the Secretary of Transportation. They taken a government contract for highway construction, and his road pavement was inferior quality. That creates a profile for Elwood. That probably isn't something they need to know about. Well, yet another picture option. Could have his most serious picture of all. Your reliable partner-in-law. Partnered with Delacroix, a fellow student. found a criminal law office of their own. I mean, possibly a little petty. I mean, that's probably not important, but I'm just like, Delacroix, I mean, if he looks suspicious with things, that's probably fine. He's got ties in multiple ways of the word, indeed. Wow, I didn't know she had a law career going before she actively joined politics. Mr. Langley definitely has been around. So far, so good on Mr. Langley's background. Excluding the connection to Delacroix, everything seems unsurprising. What we need to know right now are his connections to Goldfells and possibly the other members of Thought. Which we can link with his school time to Goldfells, perhaps? Served in the army. Sure. I mean, that's a relatively public piece that might also link us to something else. Juliet's Colin Langley. And maybe emailing him at the same time? Those might be separate things. Let's see about the call first. Yeah. Oh, just a direct connection to the head of the firm, huh? Oh, this is chat. I thought this was a phone call. No, this is just a text. Oh, yeah, she is friend of his girlfriend, so. New evidence regarding the attack. Yes. They claim she didn't want to talk to me. That's their official statement. That is very much a lie. Where did they get new evidence? Had it with their shenanigans. Hey, Xenon. Yeah, she was demanding to talk to her lawyer, yes. Abraham asked me for a favor for someone called Nita once, quite some time ago. Might well be. Just a small thing, nothing of importance. Greetings, Tubular Cat. I mean, yeah, in the sense that Orwell wrote 1984 and such, and the and like his name has been associated with anything along that lines of Big Brother and such. Even the term like Orwellian is a thing and stuff. But yeah, the idea is the game is around a surveillance state, basically. Police might be investigating us next. Even with the safety bill, they still need a solid indication you're involved with the actual bombings. show Cassandra to get her out of this. Legal limbo, or basically anything you can do for Cassandra. Helping a hand from unknown person to Joseph. Hello, Joseph. I assume you know who I am. It has come to my attention that one of your clients, a certain Cassandra Watergate, is currently held in investigative custody. As far as I'm informed, the both of you have some kind of liaison. While this is not of my concern, it's heartbreaking to know lovers are apart from each other. I'm in a position to change that. If you deliver incriminating materials for a person named Abraham Goldfels, a member of the activist group Thought, of whom I know you have been in contact with. Let me know if you are willing to assist me in this, and I'll see to it Cassandra receives a helping hand as well. Signed, a friend. What a helpful friend. Alright, what's the initiate have to say? Very troubling. How can I join Thought when I'm already a part of it? No one else has been mentioned, have they? The call's coming from inside the group. Warrior of the Web. Oh, clearly we should report this as her birthday there, huh? Interested in entertaining the masses. Yes. Resides at the omnipresent interwebs. Giraffes with hats. Lazy passwords. Bread eating Olympics and all the memes. So this has only been around for a month. Open a letter to Victor Rosen, that's the head of a big tech company. You're my idol, I really admire you and your style. You've got an awesome tech company and call your own and wear shiny snake leather boots that have probably been assembled by children in Uzbekistan. Many hipsters look up to you. So much more man could want in life. Something's bothering me though. As the bright star of the tech world, you've got to improve your security. If you use a login like VRosen, a password it wouldn't be a big deal. No one would give a damn. But for someone like you, imagine what would happen when someone who's nothing as benevolent as myself would find those out and post them openly. I got a glimpse into the Rose and Ivory Tower already. I use a chat tool called Silent Scream that I've written myself. Connect to any other chat tool. Alright. I mean, that in a lot of ways that was a thing. Like, I used something along those lines in the mid-2000s called Game, which would connect to AIM and MSN Messenger and probably ICQ and Yahoo Messenger. Is that for real? How many people, like, why are there so many people following them? 128 likes. 4 evil as myself. Probably change it. Thought so highly of him. Hey, Aurelia. Thank you for the host. How was Goose Game? Greetings, Neo Shadow. Yeah, Trillion was another one, Kitty. Yep, absolutely. That seems like an appropriate answer, Arbor. Alright. We've got community. Listen, everyone. Initiate made a little game for you. Call it Horn versus Horn. Lose at this every time. Ted Channer. Is this like Markiplier? That's what that looks like. Chaos was caused. Very good. Very good. And there's them bragging about hacking the government site for Delacroix's picture there. Can the dog be the Orwell profile? Maybe. Yeah, I should check. The Web Warrior hereby declares the data wars on all of you. Teleport what's right or wrong about me, and thou shalt be rewarded. We can, in fact. Perfect. Excellent. Well, that's not the dog we're looking for. Jesus, start taking things seriously, will you? Look, you want a picture? I mean, honestly, that could be a link. Just like throw that into Tid-Eye, see where else that image has been used. You might find other places this person's posting. Get your head in the game, Science. You don't know anything. Implying that picture can't even be useful when it obviously can be. This is not the dog you were looking for. Thank you kindly, Arborelia, as always, for 68 ludicrous months of support. Yeah, exactly, Anvar. Wonder if any of these other names have any allusions to them. Urban gardening. Urban gardening? Friend me to get express security flaw news. Well, what else do we have to tell Orwell then? I mean, this is a fairly obvious piece, but it doesn't really seem like it would logically immediately progress things. I don't think much else does either, though. that's just the address of the office. And that's just gonna be... Yeah, I mean, the thing we basically already got. Yeah, the graduating. The only thing left there is the pictures, so... Alright, so none of that makes clear sense. We've got this, of course. It's pretty big. It does create a new profile for an unknown person, so arguably we should connect that, I suppose. Are you kidding me? Is this our hacker friend again? Okay. That'd be a funny instant. I mean, this is what we were specifically requested to get, right? Langley's connection to Thought and Goldfell's. So that directly connects to what we're supposed to be looking for. A favor for Miss Matronova. This could be important. Follow this lead. Which we can conveniently do now. Urgent request sent to Laverne. Please excuse me mailing you on a Sunday, but I have an urgent... Is that a faux pas, emailing someone on a Sunday? But I have an urgent matter at hand. I'm driving to the office now and I need to use my private notebook. Can you please unlock the PC? Alright. Let's go look at Langley's personal computer. Oh, there's one thing I needed to mention. The head engineer warned me that apparently there's a glitch that caused devices we were monitoring to malfunction at times. You needn't worry though. This issue has now been fixed. Of course it has. Why is this lit up now? Yeah. Alright, let's go look at Joseph's picture. He's got background of the business handshake, huh? Alright. Keeps the trash empty. Prudent. Dancing in the rain. We can have them with a catch as their profile picture if we want. Children's of Parges Foundation. Active supporter of the Children's of Parges Foundation. Yep. Signed by Bruno Watergate, Sandra's father. Was made back in '93. This is a, oh, sure. It's in conflict with this, basically. We could claim that he's, maybe he is still married. Who knows? Office or private. reply about our meeting. This was yesterday that he sent to Yang at Toussaint. I'd like to thank you for the business meeting. Okay, so that actually lines up, right? Like, he said that he couldn't be with Cassandra because he had a business meeting or something like that. Case deserves a dedicated and equally experienced lawyer. For some careful, conducted consideration, to inform you, I do not have the capacities required for a case of this complexity. It would not be desirable to go in this case half-heartedly. What? What? Why is his bank account just listed in the... What? Alright, here we go. Let's get his bank account info and casually look at that later. Meeting so spontaneously last Thursday. Time's of the essence. Feedback on your request. From Karen Manilow. Gone through your books for the third time this morning as request and can only confirm what I told you earlier. You might not notice it now because it's a slow decline, but you're on your way to hit rock bottom some black day in the future. So that's his accountant, assumedly. Excuse me for sounding like a broken record, but these are major issues. Number of clients dropping steadily, expenses, especially via that credit card, went up drastically. So Cassandra's spending crazily, and it's a problem. Hey, Denari. Possibly, Zapper. If all these expenses are a must, you might have to lay off Mrs. Winters. I need to ask you a favor from Goldfells. This was a year ago. Yeah, back in there earlier. My dear friend Undubio. Oh, is it Langley initiate then? Apologize. Ah, now we're friends. Maybe this friendship is worth investigating further then. Wait, what? Oh, no, that does get the Indubio name too. That's really all I wanted, but... Asking you about ongoing financial support for Nina. Should not have asked in the first place, and yet here I am asking again. Cassandra has undeservedly stumbled into trouble very recently and requires nothing but the best defense attorney. Counsel in Goldfeld's case, huh? Yeah, I mean, it asked us to link how they know each other, so... What was his case about? You may have heard about the riots at Freedom Plaza 2 days ago. I will cover any cost in full. Oh, there's the browser history that has been cleared. So I received back from the urgent request from Laverne. not been in contact with Goldfels for a long time. I cannot meet your demands. We deliver additional information on members of Thought. Only if you mind our agreement. Okay. Let's just go casually browse his bank account information. Still has cool $57,000 in it, but maybe that's a recent payment. Putting the safe in safety. Okay, this is the business account. And it is separated from his own, you know, as it should be. Sundowner, premium membership free. Recurring donation to something. Oh, there's the wine that Cassandra just bought, right? Yeah. Pricey wine. Greetings, Kiori. So, identify the case, yep. And Langley's connection to Thought. So this was 2 years ago. Government of the nation was the plaintiff. Accused of breaching the terms of an employment contract. So he had a contract with the government that started in 2013. Plaintiff's claim was granted. Though a medical condition of the defendant could be proven by his physician, the court could see no justification for the defendant's absence from work, since the defendant appears to be in a healthy condition at the time of the verdict. The court was able to recognize breach of the terms of the employment contract, causing substantial losses for the plaintiff by the defendant. The defendant is sentenced to compensate the plaintiff by paying a compensation equal to his previous salary during a 6-month time span. Additionally, the defendant must reimburse any salary he might have received during his absence. This case is considered highly classified. Not specifically, yeah, but it's possible. Abraham Goldfels worked for the government? Are you positive? This is a true surprise to me. Never heard his name here. Never. Someone must know him if that is true. Why was he sued over a breach of contract? Well... yeah, alright. Seems to explain a lot. He felt too sick for work, tried to get out, was charged for it instead, and found guilty. Considering the facts, the bombings are starting to look like a very weird kind of vendetta to me. High time we find Abraham Goldfels. Apparently we can look at entry 3, or was it updated? Let's see. No, this one's new. It's really weird because they, like, the way they said, like, why we couldn't see all the entries on this site before is that they were archived so they could only be seen if you had a direct link. But at least 2 of these articles just kind of randomly opened up that we could suddenly access them instead of us ever finding a direct link to them. This is back in January 2013. My thoughts have been interrupted by a work proposal I consider intriguing, yet also disturbing. Dear reader, yesterday a most uncomfortable inquiry reached me. Out of all the possibilities the universe has to offer, this is the one I would have expected last. The government has requested me to work for them. The government. The very same government bringing forth the dangerous safety bill, allowing to prosecute on suggestive evidence alone. I do not understand the nature of this call. They did their research, as they were completely aware of my views and all of my work at Stelligan. Why would they specifically call on me, then? This got me puzzled to the utmost, and I cannot seem to work out what they would need me for. All I have been told is that my work would be needed on a large-scale, groundbreaking project. Buzzwords bereft of meaning. Naturally, they would not elaborate on any questions. Naturally, I refuse the contract. I have no doubt they will call again. And a guest wrote, "You can't be serious. I would not want to see you work for the government, Abe. Don't do that. Nothing good has ever come out of anything they have done. You do that and I'm out. Your most loyal reader. Out. Just like that. Seriously." My friend, I have no intention to work for the government. Yet I wonder what might be the root of all of this. Whether it is something nefarious they have in store, and whether whatever it is might be turned into something good given the right treatment. I mean, people do leave communities, like, for less dumb reasons, certainly. I mean, I remember a long-time regular to this stream here that got, like, really upset when I just purged a message they had with, like, an Undertale spoiler. And they have never come back since. So they were regular, like, since the early days for, like, at least, what, like 3 years or something like that. It's weird. Hey, Intoxicated Ferret. TNS. But, I mean, that could be for any number of reasons, right? Like, maybe, like, they could easily have just been having a super bad day or something like that, and then, just, were upset that they were being, like, kind of singled out with something like that, or, yeah, like, there's all sorts of subtle complexities to even something silly like that, but it was, you know, unfortunate. Alright, Goldfill's medical data. Oh. 64, huh? Patients reported increasingly nagging pain in the epigastric region he experienced for several months, especially during nights, combined with feeling described as similar to nausea. Decreased appetite, loss of weight. Shows dilution of the bile duct in the head of the pancreas. Infestation of lymph nodes. It's a little funny when you're scrolling down to read something at the top of the screen and the music changes and you're like, well, I guess I'm looking at the bottom of the screen now that there's a carcinogenic tumor on their pancreas. Tumor has surpassed the state of being operable. Patient has been informed about the circumstances, well as expected 1/2 to 1 year of life expectancy. Administering a palliative chemical to improve the symptoms has been strongly suggested but refused by the patient. This was... Wait, this medical report doesn't have a date on it? There's... Oh, there it is. There it is. Okay, I just missed it. This is February 2015. So 2 years ago. So I guess we probably need to grab his address then. But this was in January, and the supposed contract that he was a part of was in March. Looks like our pharmaceutical company doesn't really have products along those lines. So this was February 2015. And this article was January 2013. Never mind, that's, yeah. Can I see when it ended? Okay, this was April 2015. So that was 2 months after? Yeah, 2 months after the diagnosis. Yeah, no, the deal was 2 years prior to the diagnosis. Or the contract is when it started. 23 months prior. Alright, we're specifically looking for their whereabouts, and we don't have anything else to go for that, so have an address, I suppose. Brem's address. Well done. I'll request a team for investigation immediately. Somehow I doubt he's around. Continue your work. I'll notify you when the team's reported back to me. Hey there, Templar. Greetings, Radiant. This is about working for Orwell, a investigative thing where you try to rout out the ne'er-do-wells by, aggressively accessing their computers and monitoring their calls and everything like that. And reading their Twitters, yes. Alright, we probably need to connect this then. Huh, I didn't expect him to give in so easily. Let's wait and see where this goes the next time he talks to members of Thought. Incriminating materials and gold files. Alright, what else do you want to proceed, game? I don't know why this was highlighted again. Oh. Yeah, I mean, that lined up, right? He did have an important meeting on Thursday. Kinda, who cares, though? Like, that doesn't seem pertinent to, what we're looking at now. Alright, I don't really see how this is relevant, but we'll take that as a stab. Yeah, I remember perfectly well. No way anybody missed the case at that time. That was either courageous or dumb. Seemingly it turned out to be the former for some time. Now it might be the latter. What else do we care about? Greetings, Suzumi. This isn't really like Hypnospace. Well, I guess it's a little like Hypnospace Outlaw. But it's based in like 2017 instead of exaggerated 1999. And I was about to say more specifically Orwellian, but I guess you're kind of supposed to be monitoring stuff like that in Hypnospace too, maybe? I don't actually remember. I haven't played Hypnospace, I've just seen some of it. Watched Tuesday play a little bit. See, we could give him a different picture. We do have that option. I mean, fine. I don't really see why this matters, but game did go crazy music on us and stuff, so... Gotta sneeze. Phew! There we go. Oh, cancer? Yeah. It's average. Outliers do exist, but... That is so harsh. But does mean this man has nothing to lose. Yeah, I figured that's what you would say, which is why I didn't want to submit it. What else do you want, game? What else do you want? Oh, we need this, obviously. You might have supported the bombing's perpetrator? We have to investigate this further. Look for hints if there really was an ongoing financial support. Theoretically, we could go further on their bank account, but maybe it only lets us ever see the current month. Look, 1 billion people applied to be an Orwell operative Templar, and I was selected, okay? Initiate is, talking... Oh, Harrison's talking to Initiate. Alright. Because they found their root account, so they're contacting him, of course. Digging through your timeline was a pain in the ass. Told me what happened to Nina and went straight on to research. Government's up to no good. Hey there, Terry Bavins. I've played both Crying Sons and Noida. That's something you won't like a bit. Orwell. That's a good question. So Initiate found out about Orwell. Put everything on the web under surveillance. Everything as in this very conversation. Yeah, I know, right? Instead, I don't know why, like, how is it, so distant? I don't know, it's weird. Super like you're right, how did they pull this off? They outsource surveillance to people outside the nation. And, the world is apparently, not connected enough that, that works without being obvious. People are supposed to collect pieces of data from websites, send it to the Orwell mainframe. Very good connections to some hackers outside the nation. Secret recruiting. There was 1 billion. The number at the beginning of the game was 1 billion. Was like 1.1 billion people. Good job keeping it pretty secret, I guess. I don't... They have any decency? Kill man or will regret it. Good idea. Tailor-made for you. I mean, I guess that's possible, Dinosaur. That also feels weird. Because it's still, like, we're the person, right? That's the idea. This tool has a built-in cipher. Just remember to write quickly. That would need to be activated on both sides. Getting reports of an unknown cryptography here. Don't worry, Orwell should be able to break the encryption in mere seconds. Because that's how that works, and then we won't, like, these messages are forever unbreakable, but if you could, yeah, okay, sure, we'll say that's how it works. Need some time to localize the entry point, and then I'll only have seconds. What will you do with what I find there? Start a war on the government. Told me you don't have any love for the government, and you are already a part of thought. Now prove it. Alright, time to get to work then, I guess. National Beholder just published some nonsense. Is it? What, feel free to elaborate. It's not a concept that makes any sense with how I know any of this ever works, so. They did, Sue. They did. Anyway, Terry, as far as Krang Sons and Noita go, yeah, we got dev keys for both, played, what, like 2 streams of both so far, basically. I don't think I really need to play more Crying Sons. I did about 20% of the game, I would say, and it kind of felt like the writing was kind of weak. The story was at least somewhat interesting, but not enough that I felt like I wanted to do 5 times more than what I'd done, and mechanically it kind of seemed like we'd already explored most of the depth. Like, it was fun. It was worth checking out, but wasn't anything that stood out to me too much. Noita's pretty good. It has a lot of variety and cool interactions and stuff. It also has some definite frustrations. They're, you know, actively working on things with the early access feedback and all of that jazz. Current biggest complaint is hit stun, and like basically having your movement completely interrupted and feel like your keyboard broke when you get hit by things, which can basically just be an auto kill or stun lock sort of situation. Obviously that's not the norm, but it's certainly a possible result. and it just doesn't feel fun to have that control taken away from your character. A few other little frustrations here and there, but certainly some interesting things going on, and we're very likely to play more Noita as well. Yeah, it'd be funny if they just threw down some Rot 13. It's not very secure, but here we go. Star Sector I don't think I'm familiar with. Well, I'm not, ratting them out on that. From unknown person, regarding your anti-government expressions. Dear Mr. O'Donnell, has been brought to our attention you have actively acted out anti-governmental expressions in the past or present. Consider it to be unnecessary to elaborate how this is against the work regulations and our expectancy of neutrality towards every journalist employed by the National Beholder. We hereby inform you about the immediate termination of our work contract regarding the National Opinion column and any other articles, texts, or reports. And, we've got our new article in the paper. I imagine you're looking my way now, aren't you? I have absolutely no idea who leaked this info. Certainly not me. Only very few people can access the data on our back end. This doesn't exactly aid us in our investigations. Quite the opposite, probably. We need to hurry. Is this group responsible for the Bonn bombings? Perpetrator Nina M. apparently was a member of an activist group called Thought. Are they involved in the incidents? The group Thought runs a blog in which most articles are locked for the public. Has been used for planning the assaults. It seems the Bonn bombings perpetrator, yesterday identified as Nina M., might not have been working alone. Information leaked to us from a reliable source implies she belonged to Bonn-based group called Thought. The self-proclaimed activist group seemed to be behind a number of violent demonstrations that have been held around Bonn. One of the articles on their mostly locked-up blog also quotes from the German folk song Die Gedichten sind frei, the lyrics occurring in the letters spread prior to the bombings. If and how the group is indeed also involved in the bombings is left to speculation for the moment. We've already requested the administrators of the blog for an official statement. Sleep well, Zapper. Oh, gotcha, Instant. That's interesting. Oh, just right. The National Beholder takes up so many articles that, so let's bring our attention to this one again. You're the guys who bombed the Freedom Memorial, huh? Die of cancer. That's what I was just looking at. Why'd you? Oh God, because it was posted a million times. Yes. You dare judge about life and death? Alright, just group my ass. Gotcha. So kind of sounds like what Belvoid Harbinger, I think, was the one we somewhat recently played along those lines. TNSC. Look, we live in Bonton, not in Doma, okay? Whether he assisted. Okay, well, we have that, don't we? Not that one. No. Oh, that was on the computer. Yeah. Well, why can't we just... And we're still looking for Goldfell's whereabouts. Luck runs out, but safety is good for life. Oh, yeah. Well, that is where I was going to go back to just now. So, anything suspicious is gonna be instantly evidence, probably, huh? Aha, so there might be something to the connection between Joseph and Nina after all. If you can find one last indication that this might be meant for Nina, it'd be enough to get for investigative custody. Really? That's rather not, to be honest. But... yeah, no. I think we're gonna probably do that anyway, but... this is recurring donation. That's been going on for some time. I see. I mean, Goldfell's acted like he didn't cover the bills. So this both seems like more accurate and what I want to do anyway, so... oh, this is what the payments are for. Guess Mr. Langley's off the hook then. Harrison's chatting with Juliet. government just fired the first shots our way. Thought they might take it long to trace back to thought. And TNB, of course, instantly fired him. Cass has already been arrested. Don't be. I just found out that they're probably able to monitor this conversation, but, yeah, we got a plan. Juliet, of course, being understanding. Yeah, that's right, yeah, shut up. Well, I'm pretty sure he's saying he's crazy because he understands that this call, or this chat might being monitored. He's trying to downplay the fact they've established a plan that's going down, like... Made an interesting discovery. He's eager to meet you. Wait. You mentioned the cops were wiretapping your calls. Why not chat? Call's much more appropriate for the legal counsel. Alright, here's our conference call. And you're the law guy. Call me Joseph. So y'all know the safety bell. All in all, it's an aggregation of paragraphs to get people behind bars much more easily. Yeah, that's how those things tend to work. And there's a lot of them. We actually were talking about one such thing on our Discord just the other day. What's particularly dangerous about it for you is individuals might be prosecuted by mere indication of threats to the nation. Transivity of indication. You all form a group, an activist group that links you together. Like, there's a lot of little laws like that all over the place. And some big ones, too. But Abraham created this group to be peaceful. It's reclusive. How was that formed? He found out about me by discovering my blog, said he wanted to start a debate club. That could be misinterpreted, that he was obsessed with getting the message out. Abe motivated Julia to take his course. Jules took over planning the other 2 protests. That isn't quite what we had down, but... Abe hated violence and wanted to stay peaceful at all times. False intentions and bad plannings caused this. Nobody's innocent here. Sure you won't be prosecuted as a whole group. I'll need to speak to Abraham. We don't know where he's gone. Suppose it's going to benefit you too as well if Cassandra's removed from custody. And we'll see if Joseph is going to be sending some of this information off to their contact. The old meeting place. All right then. Now I like even more want to make as few connections as possible, right? It's like no, it's a pretty loose group. They weren't very close. Inclusive. This is, I mean, this is more broadly accurate if, but we're gonna be using this one. Nina's already, met a horrible fate, so, pitting further on, her seems fine. How's it going, Chronometrics? Thank you for the raid, sir. Hey, Enchanto. Greetings, Asao. Well, the idea, Suzumi, is that, like, we can basically just access everything. Like, all electronic devices are registered, and as long as we have authorization, we can monitor anything. Greetings, Hive. Hey there, Skylar. I'm not sure if I'm willing to believe that this is really contradictory to what Abraham Goldfels wanted. If so, why didn't he do anything about it? I mean... can I... we could have archived copies of this stuff. But, like, Goldfels sent a message to Nina that specifically said she was doing, more than what he wanted. But, you know, that part also said that he, wanted the bombs to happen. You got telefragged? Well, that sounds miserable. That sounds like it would, if that happened to be at that point, that, probably sounds like it would then, be tied with the hit stun for what I'm disliking about the game, right? Ha, Suzumi, yeah. Like, telefrags can happen in Spelunky, but that's a 20-minute run game, not a several-hour run game. Well... we're probably gonna have to find out where they're going, I guess. But why would that, be necessary? Anything with a health bar can be killed. You can kill the ghost in Spelunky. I guess that doesn't have a health bar, it just has a hidden health value. Hey, Puccina. I don't know that I want to consume ghost milk, but... perhaps. What's lit up over here? Oh, more posts on this, sure. Yeah. want you out. Is that a Rot 13 message or something? I assume that's ciphered. Anyone want to check that? Like, well, it wouldn't be Rot 13 because E wouldn't transfer to I or to A, right? But it could just be a direct cipher. Someone could throw it in a quip and see if it finds anything. It also looks very Cthulhu-esque with the amounts of things ending in A and the H's and the G's and stuff. It's Welsh. I know where you live, it's not hard to find out. Buy me a sharp little knife. Oh, good God. Can we get profile up on this person? Thoughts of the Illuminati. Do you receive funds from them? Nothing on Quip, huh? Oh, the term Rot 13 Templar is a basic substitution cipher. And this here is not in Rot 13. But like, this looks like it might be an encoded message, so we were checking if it looked like it was a standard cipher, which means basically replacing letters with other letters. Rot 13 just shifts it 13 spaces, so, right? Or does it I don't remember. The basic idea would be something that like, like A equals M, B equals in, etc., etc. There have not been other ciphered messages, no? But it's just a bit of random gibberish that looks suspicious enough to be worth checking out. Nothing new over here. No. I don't know why this keeps like showing like a star, like there's something new here, but so yeah, the next it's still just find more about where Goldfells is at, huh? But there's nothing else we have that actually does that, so we probably have to follow Harrison and Juliet. turret work. Need some time to localize the entry point. What will you do with what I find there? Okay, sounds like they're making the info on Orwell public in some fashion. Alright. That's probably what we gotta do. Oh, I don't know why she doesn't have a picture on that set. It's weird. Greetings, Dreco forever. Some more important to them, huh? Shame they didn't say. But arresting either of them is out of the question at this time anyway. We don't have enough evidence against them. Good. Well, but what else am I supposed to do? Hey, Jennifer's. I mean, these all relate to Abraham. Oh, I found something. Okay. Mr. Goldfeld seems quite the charmer. Look at all the people gathered around him. Oh, the campus life thing, sure. How to start repairing my notebook. It's a new notebook for my studies, it's a Christmas gift. Just won't turn on anymore. Oh, God. Alright. Well, let's look at Juliet's computer, too. Turning it off and on again. Saglarat. Let's return it. Hate to let go of an idea once I've settled on it. He is determined. Dear Juliet K, if I'm allowed to speak a little off topic, frankly, I rarely browse through this board, but I saw your posting and believe I saw you last week at the Media Department Expo. Weren't you the one who held the short presentation on ethics and online media? I found this quite captivating. I'd love to invite you to my media ethics course next semester, if it fits your schedule. Oh, and I am sorry I can't be much of help to your, with your notebook, but I am sure you'll fix it in no time. Alright, let's go look at her computer, I guess. Aha, Eltris. Hey, look. A special place, you say. Greetings from Copacabana. Orwell has lost the connection to the main server. Yeah. The connection to the main server has been reestablished. Yeah. Did you receive my message? There we go. Just had a strange kind of connection problem. It's like the mainframe had vanished. Still got some data loss between the servers in here. Seems it's all slowly going back to normal again. We had a joker who thought he could intrude on our database. InfoSec says they have averted the attack. Still always reticent. Achievement. Oh! Joseph's on board! He cares about Cassandra a lot, but isn't willing to make a deal with all this crap going on. Interesting. All right. So that was about a year ago when Goldfell's messaged her about the corpse. My dear Juliet, you are very welcome to write me in any way you find appropriate, and frankly, I'm happy about your open and honest message. Speaking to you, I got the impression that you are a very clever young woman who's afraid to believe in herself, which is a shame because I don't see any reason for it. People will always find a way to be cruel, to be judgmental towards you. That doesn't mean you have to take it to heart. Let me tell you something I rarely tell other people. I came to the nation from Greblingen, a tiny village near Stuttgart in Germany, where I still have a family. It's one of those places where everyone knows everyone, without any exceptions. My childhood and adolescence were entirely determined by this atmosphere of being watched, evaluated constantly. It was made worse by the fact I felt I could not live up to all the expectations directed at me. I ended up trying to be who people wanted me to be. It was a maddening, abysmal stupidity. Horrible for everyone involved. I would never want you to make the same mistake. But it sparked my interest in what I teach, so at least there was something positive to come from it. Come to think of it, I'm part of a small group of people who are just in line with the topics you're interested in. I am certain you would find yourself appreciated there. I'll give you more information in person in one of my courses, should you continue to attend, which I certainly hope you do. Looking forward to seeing you in the course. Wait, did something happen with the stream or with Twitch or anything? Because I see a welcome to the chat room that I like disconnected and reconnected to chat at some point there. Okay. That's only slightly late for appropriate level of unnerving. This is her little essay draft. Dangers of the omnipresent digital information. The modern world is in a transitory state towards omnipresence of digital information. processes, goods, even money transcend their physical form and continue their existence in the abstract form of data, mere units of information that either represent or describe the associated object. While this yields a lot of comfort, especially regarding the speed of exchange and accessibility to said processes or goods, naturally this also has a downside. This essay will consider the problems that arise from the nature of the omnipresent and arguably omnipotent information. For this essay, I'll focus mainly on two such problems: the limited reproduction of data and the interpretation of bits of "this is all crap, this isn't the point, you can do better." Greetings, CF Preston. Hey there, Matt, should be down. Oh, alright. Ooh. Yeah, all things you would expect her to look at, pretty much. Still looking at the targets. Still looking at Harrison's timeline. Materials for PR, Java Rosen. So back in March, she wrote, "Hey Barry, Murray asked me to get some specifics on a project with the internal codename Demiurge. Send the authorization key to be requested separately. Get details on it functioning from a user perspective. USB drive with the material you asked for on her desk. Tons of documents with technical details, yet most of the specifics have been redacted by the clients. Maria is aware this stuff is so confidential that it doesn't even exist officially. No lists on who got or is supposed to get which stuff when and why. Don't get why PR needs this, but... Do me a favor and come personally next time. Synchronous over asynchronous communication. Hey there, UT Gizmo. I'm doing okay. Yeah, that's actually everything on there. Yeah. There's some curiosity to see if like this lines up when she posted and stuff like that, and assumedly it does. Everything I've actually checked on has lined up, I believe. I know, right, yeah, Shadow? My computer has, you know, text files of ASCII art saved from 20 years ago. There's a lot of stuff on this computer. All right. Oh, yeah. Alright. Missing persons. Help us find Gunther Ahrens. Missing since September 93, huh? My dear Gunther has been missing for several years now. One day Gunther did not return from work. Colleagues and friends claim they have not seen him, nor have any clue where he might have gone to. Put all our hope on the new possibilities of the web to continue our search and maybe find him someday. Gunther, I have not lost confidence that you're still out there. You would never abandon us. If you ever read this, please call or write. Just give us something to know what became of you. I wonder where that's conflicting. Well, I mean, something that says not this stuff, basically. Alright. How could I possibly miss this? I'm such an idiot. It's legitimate to change your name when immigrating, yet very few people do so. This is what Mr. Goldfell's Ahrens must have done. Gift for you. Attacking Orwell worked, but not for long and not again. Not this way. Got you a gift, though. Take a look on your thought web server. Oh, it might be just on the server, hidden. Obituaries. Added by Anonymous. He's a friend with many, very few knew the true person behind his gentle smile. Though his achievements in life were numerous, Gunther was a person who always filled with self-doubt. That is no wonder, considering the world wronged him over and over again. Yes, he had his mistakes. He wasn't innocent. Who is? Gunther always did what he thought was right. He deserved better. I will miss you dearly, my friend. That's right, Suzuki. I mean, like, in a lot of ways, the sheer quantity of data and inefficient ways to properly sort through it is part of what still gives us some semblance of privacy in this world right now. And Gizmo opinion of Orwell. I liked how Zapper Gandhi phrased it at the end of our first stream of this. That was basically like, it's both more and less interesting than expected, I guess. Which isn't an easy to parse statement, but feels like it accurately is describing the experience here. Hey there, Happy Culture. Mm-hmm. Alright. Telling me been chasing a dead man all this time? No, that's not actually what I'm telling you, but... He did write an email to Nina just yesterday, didn't he? Oh, I'm beginning to hate the fact we can only look at points of data without knowing the full story. You think? Alright, well on that note, why don't we take ourselves a break? Anyway, you think there's problem with a system of just taking random bits of data out of context? Who would have thought? Oh, are they instant? That makes sense, yeah. Alright, thank y'all for hanging out. We'll be back in just a couple of minutes and see where the rest of this game takes us, huh? Alrighty, we are back. I was loosely under the impression, Noita, that, like, your character colors were somewhat randomized each run, but I haven't actually paid attention to that, so I have no idea if that's accurate at all. It's also possible they were covered in slime, which would be pink. That would probably only be the bottom part of their robe rather than the whole thing. Most likely. I'm beginning to hate the fact we can... How long have you been at this job, Sams? Beginning to hate the fact that we can only look at points of data without knowing the full story. Truth is in there, but I just don't see it. Damn it. Screw all of this. Screw Orwell. I need to think. Look at all the facts again. Just watch for a while and let me know if anything new happens, okay? So the report from the team at Abraham's address just came in. It was completely abandoned. No furniture left, nothing. Which is no longer a surprise, I guess. Yeah, that was my thought, Meshavito. Ooh, entry 10, the Orwell Project. Published by Hancock. With all the new people on our site, proper introductions are in order. Why, hello there! Where did all those people come from? Might it be due to the fact that the biggest newspaper in the goddamn nation just published an article on us? Didn't think they still had an audience that large. The irony's not lost on me. We tried and tried and tried to get our message through, but whatever we did, it wasn't enough to get your attention. Now you show up on our doorstep, uninvited, yet still wanting attention. Welcome in, Buena Vi, welcome! Now that you're here, let's have a small chat, shall we? I've got someone here who's desperately eager to meet you all. World, meet my good friend Benjamin Costigan. Benjamin, meet the world. On first sight, Benjamin seems like a fine man, doesn't he? He's 32, so in his best years, lives in a cozy house. Even has a pregnant fiancée named Amy Peters. Never would you guess what a terrible secret he hides. See, Benjamin here is a government agent. And a project they apparently call Orwell. Never heard of it? No surprise. I hadn't either. They don't want us to know. At least not yet. Orwell makes it mind-numbingly easy to spy on all of you. Just with a few mouse clicks. Ordinary people recruited from anywhere in the world make those mouse clicks seem as if it were all just a game. Then there's been... the meta comment there. Greetings, Arturishu. It was all just a game. Then there is Benjamin. He is the guy who receives your data, has an elaborate look at it and says, this is the one we'll put in jail. This is the one's life we're gonna fuck up. That's one hell of a job, isn't it? Now you might ask, where did this Hancock fella get this info from? The answer is, from the Orwell Project itself, because the thing isn't even secure. No, I don't expect you to believe me just like that. I'd like to propose something better. Go ask Benjamin. Oh yeah, I almost forgot that you don't know him. No problemo. Here's his address. If you would kindly visit him and send him my best regards, that would be much appreciated. We'll take care of the bastards that sit in on the other side of this Orwell project, who dig through all your personal files and grin while they look at your nude photographs. Thought is your friend. We'll get them for you, promise. The thoughts must be free again. Benjamin Costigan, friend to Harrison O'Donnell. I mean, I don't actually see anything else to deal with there, but how do you feel about this, Symes? How do you feel about this? Yeah. I'm not friends with... Why am I... Where did that come from? I'll grant you to add more, if there is any. Want to know. I need to know. No! No. I mean, you asked, buddy. Although it's already in there, so it's not like I'm adding it to the database per se. I'm adding it to the section of the database that you are able to see, but it's already there for everybody else. How is this possible? This cannot be happening! I need to go home, now! That ends our day, I guess. Guess that ends our day. Yeah, I mean, we don't want to add any of this other stuff. Oh, we could have got a picture of them, I guess. Zoom in on that's a little amusing. Yeah, there's at least some amount of branching narrative, Suzumi, so I don't know for sure that there's not some other way stuff could go, but I assume the overarching core thing that, hey, it turns on Symes, happens here. It helps Symes' situation that I, really, like, there's been about 17 times I've been able to be like, hey, Harrison has big-time anti-government aspirations, and I have not added any of those, I do believe. Well, we'll take a look at what's on Harrison's file officially here. No longer a member of thought. Apologetic for past offense. Condemns the Bonn bombings. Being blackmailed. Yeah, like the information we had was that he had planned the plaza protest. But in conversation he said that Juliet planned them both, which is kind of interesting. But yeah, we didn't have anything like... We had so many opportunities to be like, psst, hey, Harrison's really anti-government. Super anti-government. We did not add that to his profile a single time. Good enough for me? His identity was compromised. Yeah. Under the spreading chestnut tree. Oh, we're talking to Delacroix. Good morning, investigator. Since you have the most powerful investigative tool at your disposal, I suspect you already know who I am. You, on the other hand, have been mediocre so far. You cannot save the Circle Mall, but at least got the prime suspect. You will do better. I will be your new advisor on this case. This has become far too important to leave the case to an advisor with an exposed identity. Symes is well, but no longer fit to work on Orwell. Moving forward, we will not speak about him again. As far as you are concerned, he never existed. With yesterday's reveal of Orwell, sympathizers of this terrorist group have taken to the streets. We need to show all of the nation Orwell is keeping them safe. We won't allow some fools to trample on everything we have achieved. We must get rid of the imposter pretending to be Abraham Goldfels. Find out who did it and where they are hiding. That's right, Andy. Symes is perfectly fine. There is nothing to worry about. Headlines. Got a lot of pings there. Negotiations in Triflith renewed. Experts who had mostly predicted long and difficult talks are surprised at the sudden change of mind by Cassart. The riots are decreasing in intensity. Anti-Orwell protesters gather at Freedom Memorial remains. Once again, Freedom Plaza has become the center of attention, with over a dozen citizens protesting at the ravaged Freedom Memorial on Sunday evening. The cause of the protest is the recent unveiling of Orwell, a mass surveillance program issued in secret by the government. The information was leaked by the activist group Thought, the same group that was brought to public attention as the alleged culprits of the Bonn bombings. The group claimed in a recent blog post that they had proof that the government had plans to use this system to put the population of the nation under mass surveillance. Oh, they failed to capitalize the word nation this time. We have reached out to the government for a statement about the Orwell project, but at the time of publication, we had not received a reply. More on the story as it unfolds. That might actually be the first typo I've noticed, though. House of exposed government employee vandalized. Peaceful house in Farview was turned into a mess this morning. Quiet house in Farview was ravaged by vandalism overnight, as raging protesters took up arms and tried to invade the home of government employee Benjamin C. and his fiancée. Color bombs and spray paint were used to deface the outer walls of the estate, along with the owner's car, which was left in the driveway. The garden was trampled and several windows of the home were left shattered. Benjamin C. and his fiancée were not home during the attack, which was called in by several of their neighbors during the early hour of the morning. Just before the incident, Benjamin C. had been doxxed, a practice where online groups leak personal information on the internet with malicious intent, by activist group Thought when they claimed he was linked with a new government initiative. The project, now known as Orwell, allegedly will be used to install mass surveillance on all citizens in the nation. At this time, it remains unclear whether anti-government protesters connected to the project's reveal are involved in the crime. Alright. Thought must gather once again. Symes' house was vandalized heavily, yeah. And this is the one we'd already seen. Wait, why is this dated today? Did a day not pass? me a date on any of these. April 17 on that. April 16 on this. Yeah, so why is this sent from April 17th? Because this is something we read 2 days ago. We read that on April 15th. Was the first time we read it. We didn't read it here because we didn't have access to Goldfell's email here. But that is most curious. Like, that showed up on Nina's computer right as she died, basically. Alright, well, they send a message to everyone. Members of Thought, my dear friends, as you all have experienced already, we are being besieged by the government. They have denounced us, called us terrorists, and turned the public against us. This will stop today. Their days are about to come to an end. I have a plan, but for this to work out, we must meet like we did in the old days, when we had our meetings in Cafe Chestnut. We'll have a conference call at 4 p.m. sharp, because I'm well aware that a meeting in person won't work out for us. You need not fear surveillance. All has been taken care of. I will contact you. Get in a safe position. Be ready. Let's see. Yeah, okay. Just making sure no one else was included in that set. Hey, Leon. Thank you for the raid, sir. As far as we can tell, whoever is posing as Goldfell's made a deal with Nina to set up the bombs, and Nina did set up the bombs, and whoever was posing as Goldfell's is at least claiming they didn't want to hurt anyone, they just wanted to push the message, but Nina was more aggressive and just wanted to cause some real damage. Cheers, Ilya. So that is the implication. Also, whoever is pretending to be Gunther could be, you know, the government. So we've got options. All right. There's some temptation to be like, all right, well, you know, I think I'm just gonna leave my job now. This seems like things are starting to take the course they should be taking. See you later. That's the meta play on this this game at this point. Just leave. A gathering. We know Abraham Goldfels is dead. Someone must be impersonating him. This is as clear as crystal. We must act swiftly and collect as much evidence as possible before this gathering commences. Thought is certainly up to no good. As you know, processing data chunks is time-consuming. I would say we have time for roughly 20 data chunks. Be considerate. From unknown person to Harrison regarding ghosting. Oh, it's Angela, right? You must think I'm stupid. First you don't tell me where you're going because you need to ghost, and then hours later you don't answer your phone. So I called Purrs asking for you, and she told me you were at Cyber Cafe Chestnut yesterday evening. Said you stormed in, then furiously wrote something on your PC. Prompted this outrageous blog post the news speaks of, then stormed back out the door, only to meet whom? Juliet! Meaning you're back in action with this shitty group and her? Can't believe it. So now I'm trying emails, so you can't dodge me any longer. You and me, we're done. Yeah, I mean, that's fine. That's fine. What are you at? Find out who impersonated Gunther. I mean, that is literally all we have to go off of, or... Yup. Also, this appears to be a situation of, a different definition of ghosting, right? Oh, right, no, yeah, that's a different definition of ghosting, but it is a understandable one. Unknown person at yahoo.com. That'd be pretty good, Susumi, huh? Alright. Yikes. This is where Harrison O'Donnell did his dirty work, probably thinking we would not be able to track him down. We will track him down. I've gone through the information we have on the remaining suspects regarding the impersonation of Abraham Goldfels. O'Donnell predicted the bombings. This alone makes him suspicious. We have no idea why O'Donnell hid the posts on the Thought blog in his timeline. We are yet to clarify why O'Donnell would frequent a drugstore so often. Perhaps he provided the bomb materials. We pretty much established that wasn't... Well, we didn't strictly establish that wasn't the case. Why would O'Donnell have 2 health insurances? It is apparent that Harrison O'Donnell might well be part of the Bonton bombings. He's probably the one impersonating Goldfels. I want you to prove this and lock him away for good. Maybe I don't want to do that. Cyber Cafe Chestnut. You know, it's like a chestnut tree. Oh yeah, this is. I'm already in favor. I love pay what you want sort of model. It's not necessarily an easy one to make work, but it's such a cool model. Yeah, that's my thought, Dark Freak. We are, quote, proving this, right? High scores. What's the primary goal? To win the game. We award high scores for the time spent in our cafe, donating stuff for contributing to the cause. Hancock's been there a lot, huh? Dank Frank.
Oh, no. No, I don't feel right about this at all. We both know you didn't put in any actual work for that win. Some people win fair and square, and this was not one of those situations.
That's right, Dank Frank does not deserve their win. Thank you kindly for the bids, Frago. Hey there, Spherical. I'm liking it okay. It's, I don't know, it's probably in a weird spot where the people that, like, kind of understand this is reality already know this is reality, and the people who don't, this will seem like a gross exaggeration. So I don't know if it necessarily is going to meaningfully connect new people with the sort of ideas that it's positing here, but also this like doesn't make sense at all. Look at this drop off. Is this, well no, that was 11's here. I was like wondering if they're using some weird system, but Like, how could there be that much drop off between 6th and 7th? Honeypot? Hack scores are often like that. I mean, that's fair. That's fair, yeah, Andy. Persephone. Rattles. And Wicked Witch. She keeps the bits flowing just like Froggo. Honorable hosts, Harrison. Former admin and Handsome. Purse phone. By mistake. Jeez. Alright, so we can apparently get Harrison's computer from here. What did it say? She's, no. Just, worse. How about Wicked Witch? 2 pallets of non-alcoholic beverages. It doesn't appear to let me, Suzumi, otherwise I totally would. Donated 50 National Beholder mouse pads. Ha. But, yeah, like, since they've got a limited number of data chunks, I would absolutely spam them with garbage info about people that are irrelevant if I could here. Doesn't seem entirely possible, but I do have at least 2 pieces of useless information built up so far. I'm going as far as, like, mandatory and then starting... Oh, this is a data chunk, right? Yeah. That's 3 pieces of useless information. I assume that takes a chunk. Yeah, alright, let's start giving you useless info. Can't use old stuff here. Chat with Juliet here. It's before I found out what you did. Tiny crowd with their banners won't stop a thing. We'll be gone forever. He's just having difficulty seeing because he's wearing sunglasses inside. Where was he this whole time? What time is it? Oh, we don't have a clock here. That would make too much sense. What's our quote for the day? Better to be safe than sorry. Don't hide anywhere you've been to in the last 24 hours. Everything's Chris likes PC games. Is this like the Big Brother show? I mean, not really, but does involve spying on people and judging them on their actions. Lost his phone. The show was voluntary. That is an important difference. Search for Benjamin Costigan. Sure. Where is my phone? Tino ideas. So that was another idea for his articles. Yeah. So you may or may not have heard. I've been affiliated with a group called Thought in the past. Thought I might as well blow that right in your face before some data miner does some claims shit. Yeah, let them claim shit if they love worthless shit all that much. Once upon a time, there was a daft punk who sought to build an activist group but failed awfully. The moral of the story is your activism isn't worth anything, because peeps just don't care. So may not have heard TNB office is a bunch of... yeah. I love you, Hancock. From Lily. Language of Donna. Hey, Freighter 5. How's it going, Accounting Nightmare? Thank you kindly for the raid. Message for the great Hancock. From Juliet. Oh, this is some nicely useless information. Probably. Well, maybe it's not. Like, now I'm like afraid. Like, I'm trying to give them useless information, but trying, like, because maybe her alias will be important. Like, I don't. Just want to thank you for the support of my blog post for the thought. Feelings needed does not really like me. Rebel punk god. Nice, Bracket. Life Trust invoice. Thank you for trusting in Life Trust. It's a special health insurance covering family members. Yeah, this is an interesting reversal because now I'm trying to figure out what information is the least important little bits of personal details. I guess it's not a complete reversal because I'm still trying to find the least important things to that I need to do to progress, but in this case I'm actively trying to impede progression rather than embracing it, right? Alright, so former admin's not probably very important. You can have that piece. Why am I trying to sabotage the investigation? Because Orwell's bug, and that seems like the ending that I want to try for. Basically, I mean, I'm being maliciously compliant is kind of the approach that seems to make the most sense here, yeah? Like, we already have lots of ways to monitor, like, everything she's got going. I don't know if adding this email actually does anything. We don't actually have her email, per se. That's okay, though. This isn't directly helpful. Basically, I'm saying no. I'm siding with Georgie, not with Glorious Aristos. That's what I'm saying. Susumi. Look, just because you don't know anything about style. Alright, this seems thoroughly unimportant, so you can have this. I'm not particularly interested in the love life of a terrorist. Good. Initiate's talking to Juliet again. Sup? She'll probably be like, buzz off, you're... It is, Fraga, that's their avatar. Was his thoughts work? Was his government set up? My help got you where you are right now. Nope. Not given that info. Can't do it again. I Cobra stand above all, yeah, Andy. Look at her trophy net for sure. Barely got out last time. Oh, of the system. Thought should gather once more. You kinda know him from coincidence. I don't want in on that. Email sounded authentic. That's silly. Know what happened to that. So assumedly either the Goldfels impersonator or initiate is also government, right? Yeah, it's like an interesting system, yeah, because like in many ways it's actually less oppressive than just what is casually available to the layperson today. Because like stuff that could just be found from a like simple search or checking someone's Twitter page like We have to basically be like authorized to consider someone a suspicious person before we can start gathering data, and a person has to actively decide what's relevant and only send that data. So it's curious. Hey there, Preston. This is an interesting bit. Like, what if, like, it's a double trick? Like, she's actually hiding somewhere she's been recently. Alright, well, we need, the phone. Oh, we can access their phone as well, huh? Hey, Jude. Oh, Jude. Huxley. Thank you for the flowers from Angela. Oh, that's Angela's his mother. In case anything happens, call Jake. Babe. Going with someone at the cafe. Alright, we can keep updating his picture. It's gonna eat another chunk. Playing cards with his mom at the house, I take it. Oh yeah. Alright, new portrait for Juliet. Perfect. Perfect. Pictures are some easy bits of ways to eat up that data. Oh, that's quite possible, Yandy. I will be very disappointed, but not entirely surprised. Castro. Is Angela in as Angela? I mean, alright. Good. Keep an eye on her as well. Half our time is up. Stay diligent and considerate. Well, I'm certainly not doing that. Juliet's getting a call from an unknown person. Gunther is sending a message about the open door. To initiate, of course. I need to apologize to you for remaining silent for such a long time. I've been working out a plan and hiding. Today I need to call upon your help to make it happen. I'm aware of your capabilities and your skills. You need to stop trying to tear down walls, instead shifting to running through open doors. Here's where to find one. Port 1984, huh? Sure. Seems to be an appropriate port choice for your conference call. Victor, so that's CEO or whatever of the company. Send a sick note. You were here the entire weekend, that's what the tracker says, but no one authorized you to do so. Now that you're meant to be here, you're not. Device ID does not belong to a company-approved device. I mean, didn't we already get her mobile phone ID? This is a different mobile phone ID, I guess. Langley gets to talk to Cassandra's. They released me. Work can wait. Slug story I'll tell you on our way out. $20. Not alone with my glass achievement. Man, there's no useless information it lets me toss in anywhere here. From, oh, Schwartz. Who is, Schwartz again? Also, why did, wait, oh. Yeah, fair enough. Well, I didn't want LaCroix to be right. Oh, we could put all of these in. I don't even care. I'm still going for bad end / good end, question mark. I could put all these, like, all these locations in, but not put in the one that says that he won't be where he's been in the last 24 hours. Oh, that's true. That's true, Dark Freak. Yeah, his phone's been gone, so... Absolutely. Also, remember how the date didn't line up? That was totally a thing. The supposed message from them sent on the 17th, but when we first read this message, it was on the 15th. But how would they have access to the message in the first place? Well, because they wrote it originally, but then they got Harrison's phone and tried to make it look like it came from Harrison. By sending it again later there. Which, I mean, it's kind of obvious that things don't line up, but... Interesting. There's a picture of her with Goldfells. From Cass, going back to April. All work and no play. Haunted house. It is a lot faster to go through Freedom Plaza. Hey, Jack. I still like the description a viewer gave at the end of our first stream of this, is that it's both more and less interesting than expected, but it seems a little overly on the nose at times, but it's been interesting overall. We are on what we believe to be the last day, trying to supply as much useless information as possible, while also still trying to piece together what's going on. Let's see. Why don't you take the 9B? Do we see an actual house? Or a map, rather? May Carrington. Meet and greet with your long lost sis. Gonna hit B-Town. From her dad. It's April 16th, so this is yesterday. You're working almost every weekend now. Abraham apparently worked at Rosen, huh? Made the right call. Huh. I mean, this should be worthless information. Is it though? See, now I'm like, I love the reverse paranoia now, that like, is this information worthless enough for me to submit? Although that's kind of, I mean, that's still not that reverse, because I was trying to still submit as little information as possible. It's a side step of how I'm approaching things. My goal right now is to, it gave us a limited amount of data chunks we could upload, so I'm trying to upload the least useful data that I possibly can. That's pretty much where we're at this point. Up to this point, we have been trying to be honest while not providing more information than is necessary. So that means, as far as we could tell, Nina was the culprit and did set bombs, even if she had a complexity of reasons that made it not an easy thing, but we decided to go ahead and reveal her location and say she was armed. Because it seemed like, while that alternative is bad, the other alternatives are worse. It's got a neat little bit of like just lore, right? Like her sister April's married and has a combined name. It's a little cute. Oh well, I guess they apparently have a landline because there's a home in addition to the dad and mom phone. Oh, I considered doing like a save backup or something, Raisin, but no, I'm good on this this attempted path. We'll take what the game gives us for it. I mean, sure. Yeah, that's right, Catherine. Goldfellas is dead. What do you expect to happen on his phone line? Oh, wow. Well, we can fill up the data chunks right now if we want. We know she's not going to be at any of these places. Considering this is now easier to fill up garbage data than potentially anticipated, this is probably not terribly promising, but, you know, here, have yet another portrait. And this will probably make us do this over again. We'll see, though. We'll still try it. We already went through all of that, so, I mean, that's most of what's left. Was there anything else actually interesting to check? She checked her webmail. Okay. But that didn't actually, like, give more mail or anything. So there's nothing else important that we can look at right now, so have a bunch of garbage information. Yep. 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 Alley-oop. And I don't believe we've told Orwell that they're having a meeting at all, right? It's almost 4 p.m. We'll most likely only have time for one more upload. Make sure it counts. Maybe I did. I probably had to progress, but... Alright. Anything else worthless? That was interesting, but possibly subtly damning, so... Abe worked at Rosen. But I probably don't need to care too much. This is relevantly sabotaged as is. Oh yeah, that was that one again. We could just throw one of his locations. One of these might be where fake Abraham is, which is kind of interesting. We don't know quite how long his phone's been gone. I mean, maybe he's a mastermind and intentionally lost his phone to, like, yeah, I don't know. It's a lot. That was, with Dixon. Yeah, but still feels like it might slightly matter. Although it's always, it's never done, yeah, that would never do anything by itself. Alright, here you go. That's some garbage. It's gonna find related documents, but we can't, do anything with it. Yep. It's 4 p.m. And what did we achieve? Nothing. You screwed up completely. Now to wait and see what happens. What's going on? Getting I did kind of want to read this article though. Not this one. Oh, it's going through everything. Just kind of all over the place. Possibly removing it or destroying it or what have you. There's a call theoretically coming in. Oh, we can see bits of the conference call here. Is this working? Anybody here? Nothing on me after all. Sure. Yeah, why is Joseph here? He was in the email list. Oh, and Ishit decided to show up too, huh? Fool who's baffled by the madness he just witnessed. It's completely unintended. Also in Orwell. Abe sent me an IP address to get into Orwell. Kinda control the thing. It's really worrying. My control is limited, the government will get the control back at some point. This isn't my primary concern. Why would Abraham have such extensive knowledge of Orwell? It's an enormous trap. No, Abe wouldn't betray us, but something is wrong. Shocking. Would not believe what it says. Do you know that Abe died? Give Nina the orders for the bombings after his demise. Yeah, I mean this is like just a long roundabout way of saying stuff we already know. It was me. I set you up. Had to be done. Nicely timed, Froggo. Leaving me wasn't enough for revenge. You had to kill innocent people. It's necessary. Thought he'd be destroyed, that was the whole point. Instead of seeking me out and arresting me, Orwell labeled you all targets and investigated you all. People need to see how effed up Orwell is. He worked on Orwell. Oh, right. Yeah, no, that makes sense. We should have made that connection. That nothing would ever change if you went to the public with it. Told me everything and only me. You're a much worse and better activist than we could ever be. Yeah? Why draw up this attention to thought? Person who has really been spying on you is still around. The person who actually went through your stuff, passed on the data, the one listening right now. I'm talking to you. Twinge love Insha. I knew you had to be around when everyone would come together. You had to be listening. This shit was just a windfall, just to make sure you not immediately go up against us. Investigator, I have a question for you now that you saw Orwell firsthand. Do you really think that the system will help anyone? Do you think the government would not spy on you as well? Do you think you were outside the system? Think again. They evaluate even you. Abe knew that. He saw the madness. But you could stop it. Remember you became recruited for being outside of the system, outside of the nation? What if we show people what they store about you, that even you are not outside the system, that no one is outside the system? Upload the data I have on you, incriminating myself. Evaluation is supposed to be a safety net so that no one misuses Orwell. Acting on evidence is mandatory. If the investigator incriminates themselves, they will be forced to prosecute them and reveal this evidence that the investigators are actually being spied on as well publicly. Yeah, that doesn't really actually make sense. Alright, what do you got for me, Dishit? Just so happens that Delacroix is in this files as well. Make use of the fact we have control over Orwell. Let's use it as a weapon to turn it against the government. Something dirty to be found about Ms. Delacroix for sure. Let them act on that evidence. Hurting Delacroix won't help much, he's gonna get replaced. I'll show you what I can see right now. Here, streams up. Here's Cassandra's file. Collecting all of this. It's not too bad. Yeah, no, I limited your information, everybody. My turn. What's funny about your file, Joseph? It says here you were offered a release of Cassandra for info on thought, and you agreed. I couldn't change the file to say that, for the record, but Cassandra was released without this being necessary. Do I think this person can actually make unbiased decisions? I think this is who got me fired. Shall speak on behalf of Mina. Well, might have been my fault Nina got investigated in the first place. Yeah. Yep. I know Nina was guilty. Yep. Wait, what? What do you mean we arrested Harrison? What do you mean we arrested Harrison? We actively didn't arrest Harrison because I didn't provide enough information to arrest Harrison. What are you talking about? Heard what we think, we stand beside you. You don't need to fear prosecution by the government. Thought will protect you. Tear down the entire system. When Abraham stopped his work for Rosentech in the government, he cloned. We've had some suspiciously timed Comcast disconnects before, but oh man, that one probably takes the cake. Let me catch up on chat real quick. Jules is even more insane than Harrison. Yeah. I don't know exactly where we cut off, but yeah, like the thing that was bothering me the most, that I was freaking out about, probably approximately when we cut out, was that it said we provided information to arrest Harrison. So I said, what the hell? I didn't do that. Like, I specifically, very specifically, did not provide enough information to arrest Harrison. And yeah, Initiate was still talking. Like, and also, how was it 2-1? It sounded like both Initiate and Harrison were against me and Cassandra was for me. Also, why isn't there a fourth get? Like, I guess Jules doesn't get to vote, or... Greetings, Slug. I mean, you're all associated with me. You're part of the community. You know, you saw how the system works. If I'm considered guilty, then all of you are by connection. That's the safety bill in practice. Greetings, Emmett Levy. Hey there, Red. But yeah, that didn't actually line up in a way that quite made sense. It sounds like we're presented with three options. We can just prosecute Juliet. We can reveal information about Delacroix, or we can reveal information about ourselves. Finally, I thought this disturbance would never end. The back-end engineers say we've had an unwanted guest. We already know it was thought. It's about time to undo them. We must be strong. We must show these people for what they are. The nation's safety is depending on it. Find a way to incriminate them together as a group. All we need is a hint that Abraham Goldfels intended this group to carry out terrorist actions. We could trace the attack back to a remote PC. I will now manually unlock this PC for you. Suzumi, that's fair. Still, it depends on what whoever investigates you decides to piece together, right? Let's see. So Joseph's on my side. And Cassandra's on my side, so that was 2 votes in favor. Got me fired. Harrison's against. But the investigator arrested Harrison. Like, this is just blatantly false. Like, what? Apparently, Raisin. Cannot trust such a person. 2 votes to trust, but that's 2 against. Yeah, but Harrison's in the call. Seems pretty not arrested to me. It seems like 2 for and 2 against, which apparently tie breaks in my favor. Because Juliet doesn't get a vote. Like, none of this adds up. I don't understand. And let me read Juliet's plan again, because that didn't make no damn sense. Alright. Okay. Why draw this tinted thought? I just need to convince one person how faulty Orwell was. Talking to us. This shit was just a windfall. Do you really think the system will help anyone? Do you think the government will not spy on you as well? Evaluating you, you can stop it. You became recruited for being outside of the system. What if we show people what they store about you? Show them that no one is outside the system. Okay, that train of logic follows a little bit. Like, the people that are heavy on the you only have something to fear if you've done something wrong train. If you show them that even the investigators are being investigated, like, that sort of stuff might help sway those sorts of people, right? IP address and port 1984, Music Dan. You had to have the port as well. Yeah, really, Lance. She has Harrison's phone, so she framed Harrison as another out. So, totally good reason to incriminate Juliet as well. Can we, like, do, like, everything? I want to do it all, man. We should be able to just, like, dump it all at once. That'd be perfect. Now, see, doing it all individually is way less satisfying than it would be to do it all at once on VAR, which I'm sure it won't allow. So in this case, I probably won't save Scummit. Probably. Is probably an option, though. Why would they investigate a corporate? Valuation's supposed to be a safety net so that no one misuses Orwell. Investigator incriminates themselves, they would be forced to prosecute them. I mean, that's not necessarily true. Reveal this evidence that the investigators are actually being spied on as well, publicly. I mean, yeah, that doesn't really seem like that's gonna work. And just removing Delacroix, like, there will be someone to fill that power void. So, I mean, Juliet's right that that won't really help much, but I don't really see this helping much either. For, like, lots of reasons. There's lots of reasons that won't necessarily work. I do appreciate that the fact that I didn't go excessive on the information gathering for folks was helpful to people liking me more. Yeah, exactly, Lance. That's kind of where I'm at. Like, all of these plans are bad. Also, Juliet is terrible, and prosecuting her makes sense too, so... this is a little less, like, clear path than I would expect, because all of the options are terrible. Not because there's some big moral quandary, but just because every option that I've presented is less effective than I would want it to be. And also, they just, like, believed Langley, which, I mean, no, that's good. Langley's been with him, but they could be in a paranoid mindset. Like, Harrison could have been paranoid here. Would have made potential sense, but that's okay. How does this math work? How is 2 to 2 a, yep, sounds like we should do this. I don't know. I don't know why nothing lines up correctly here. And I don't like that all of the options are terrible. When Abraham stopped working for Rose, government cloned all information, hid it in the office. Oh, that's, yeah. Why she accessed that other thing, yeah. It's up to us now. Do the right thing. And yeah, they don't necessarily, like, well, no, Juliet probably knows, Squirrel. At least, unless the system changed, right? Because, Goldfells was, like, made the system, right? Like, and explained all of it to Juliet. So theoretically, she does actually know that we are one person that is currently doing the monitoring, right? Which is kind of interesting, right, too, because, like, the way the system is set up does make it feel more like a system that could realistically be made in many ways, because with those, like, safeguards, like, that's how you justify it. You're like, well, like, you need evidence, and you need, like, multiple people to vet this evidence before anyone is actually prosecuted, and you need authorization to actually investigate further and find out about people. So, like, that's a system that is reasonable for our safety. So yeah, like, I mean, it does actually, at least in some ways it's very silly, but in some ways it does feel like the way a sort of system like this could be implemented, because it lets you pretend that what you're sacrificing is worth it for safety. Anyway, I wanted to read this other article on the thought here, because we had this one opened up by Dixon, yes, yep, by Juliet's article. Night to Remember. Protest at Stelligan was lively gathering of open-minded people. Students, teachers, professors, and others formed bright and colorful crowd. I've got to admit, when Abraham asked me to join Thought, I wasn't sure what to think of it. Join an activist group, that's not a thing for me. Sure, not everything's fine, but organizing protests in the streets, isn't that a bit much? But I knew Abraham as he was my professor for media ethics at Stelligan, and so I trusted. I said yes, but it wouldn't stop there. Harrison and Nina left the event planning to me. Me, who had never done anything close to this before. Whew. Pretty scary task. As both Abraham and I were closely tied to Stelligan University, my suggestion was to organize a peaceful protest there, slowly raise awareness among the students. They would most likely be more open-minded, prone to question the authority in the government, wouldn't they? Indeed, the protest went off without a hitch. Stelligan's president even permitted us to hold the protest on campus grounds, and close to 100 students, provided I didn't miscount, participated, many of them just joining in as we were walking by and wanted to know more. There was no conflict, no fear, just support. People are still talking about it a week later in the halls of Stelligan, and for me personally, it turned out to be a night to remember. Did great, we chose you. even thought of making sure everything could get home. Everyone could get home after the protest. Everyone. Anyway, I already got an idea for what's next. Take things out to the streets. Concerned one. Don't want to offend you, but you're new and you did a good job. But this simply isn't enough. You need to be smart about it. Yeah, there. Undo thought is our listed objective. Vented safety bill. Yeah, I'll be honest though, Kiri Lance, it didn't actually occur to me how on the nose it is, but yeah, it super is. I guess what you would call the bad and objective is undo thought, right? Yeah, that's I've been doing this long enough in the game that like thought is just the organization. I wasn't even thinking about the super obvious phrasing there. Alright, so that's the most obvious thing we would consider doing. What else we got? She's a member of the party. Because we do already have, I did actually like kind of intentionally grab this profile for her. What if we didn't have the profile for her? Because we, as far as I know, we didn't need to grab this. I was like, I just want to grab this information so we have an active profile on Delacroix available if we need it. Interesting. Apparently have access to Initiate's PC too. This is interesting. Bit too shy, maybe hiding something. Harrison, ignorant to Eve's intentions. Great band. There's his web server. Tries to intimidate me. Lol. Nina, real sweetie. Angry. Oh, no, still. Joseph, no idea who this guy is. Cassandra, mostly harmless. Yeah, I need to visit him at Rosen. I need to know what he does. He really was there. Didn't recognize me though. What's he doing in there? Man, I feel like a little personally attacked. I've got text files sitting at my desktop. Let's just lots of text files. Surveillance system according to Winston. Crowdsourced. Observe the whole. 2 fire wells up there. Saved Protocol Winston. Hear about the Bond bombings was on the news even here. Then they suspect the government. You wouldn't know any going-ons with the national government. A friend of mine claims to know a guy going by the name of X2 got recruited by the government for Orwell. Wait, they in universe recognize that it's like the author? In universe, they recognize Orwell is an author. Yet, we're to believe that the government decided to name the system Orwell. Recruit everyday peeps from outside of the nation. System entered a test phase on April 13th at the start of the bombings. So these bombings are a test to see if the system works. It's true. Homestuck. It's all Homestuck's fault instead. Goldfells. Appreciate your worries. I've considered this endlessly, but the result of this consideration can only be to intervene. Intervene with what? I'll be placed at Rosentech. This very government has deprived me of the chance for a better future. Future with my sister here. This looks interesting. We'll get there. You and I will not stand idly by while the most sane and intelligent person I know makes such a dick move to become corrupted by the government. The opportunity to have such an impact on our common future will only come once in a lifetime. Find some followers, build a group, gain followers. Then we'll start a guerrilla war. Consider the chain of events that will set in motion. I will found a cell for this guerrilla war that I will recruit members, call to arms, and we start acting, even committing bombings, possibly. Killing people. Then they will increase security measures. Nothing gets better. So here's where we can claim that Gunther intended thought to be a terrorist, so by just taking that completely out of context. This is about money, nothing else. It's okay if you do not support the actions of a stupid old man. Would not act differently, I suppose. Maybe it is time to part ways. I hope you will achieve everything you want eventually, by peaceful means. You'll always be the one to initiate my thoughts with your regular comments to my posts. At the very least, this will remain. That seems likely, Slug. And that seems like, I mean, you know what Syme says about coincidences, and I mean... Rosen internship. I have a name for initiator. It's also kind of interesting that the lack of information about some people that maybe made them trust me Could also have just been like, well, they didn't get all of the information or something. Maybe we just didn't have it, but we did. From Imbali. Regarding Big Brother. This is April 9th, so a couple days before the bombings. Knock knock, Big Brother. So that's their sister, Initiate's sister. Sprawling was the last time you sent me a letter. Still determined to get me to the nation. Our home in Cape Town. Is in a house in Bonn, of course I miss you. Don't waste your life on this. You took the chance to get out of here and you had every right to. How should you have foreseen the security bill? Yeah. Yeah, I mean, this is real stuff that real people are going through under our current administration in the US. It's like, oh, they're immigrants or their skin's colored, so they're dangerous. Can't let them through security. Made this promise to come get me. Live your life. Your old laptop's fine. D2, did I hit? I mean, I do like the little turn of phrase with Big Brother there, though, right? Being a message sent from the little sister. All right. How do you know I'm looking at your computer? You're not supposed to have access to that. Symes didn't have access to that. Or Symes at least claimed he didn't have access to that. Which maybe he didn't. Maybe Delacroix does, because she deserves that back-end safeguard. It could be either way. Could be Symes lied, could be that Delacroix gave herself a full access. Although if she had full access, maybe she should have addressed me sooner when I'm just like constantly sending profile pics as data chunks instead of anything worthwhile. I don't... How did you... Why are you looking at my computer? You're supposed to trace the source of the intrusion. Leave my PC alone, now. You would not want to be arrested as a traitor, would you? Orwell Master Access. See, as advanced as Orwell might be, it won't gather much from a switched-off PC. Goodbye, investigator. Soon you'll find yourself wishing you had listened to my warnings. Wait. Where's the article? Was it somewhere else? Oh, it's over here. Okay. That's where we're looking. Oh, I guess we can grab her picture too. Might as well. Complete the profile as much as possible. You don't really understand why she warned us. It had already been established that shutting off the PC killed it, right? One request awaiting action. The inauguration of Bonton Panopticon. Oh, they have a meeting with insect security that was canceled. Personal phone number. Okay. Let's take a look at that, shall we? They've got Joseph Langley in there, which, well, no, that makes sense, yeah, because they started the law firm together. See if any of the other names particularly stand out. What? Got info on her kid Frank. Car is way too dangerous. This isn't crazy politics, just let me have the car. Ed. Relationship with Ed. I mean, this is still a bad path, though. Like, I mean, like, Juliet's right that this, like, won't really do anything. Also, random people are still able to find her number, even, still. Botan blommings have been a real blessing. Well, I mean, that is pretty damning. No more interferences, and it'll be the perfect precedence for the revelation of Orwell. If nothing goes wrong. I control the leak to the National Beholder. So that's a lot. Oh, was that the 13th on one? Yeah, check it. That's the 14th. That was the 14th is that when the school bombing was? No, that was also on the 13th. Yeah, she leaked who Thought was to TNB, not Signs Info. That wasn't linked to that wasn't to the newspaper. That was posted by Harrison on the blog. Can't click on the sidebar ads, I'm afraid. I mean, we have seen that dating site, to be fair, Squirrel. Right over here. That was for Nina's dating profile. Yeah, basically, Dinosaur. I mean, I don't see any way, in-game way, for me to dox myself, as it were. To even do Juliet's proposed path. There's a certain amusing element to streaming it that you can make it more real that way. I live in Colorado. Set fire to your computer. Yeah. That's probably pretty reasonable. Like, there's no way for me to log off prematurely. I mean, I could do that, but what's the difference between these two? Oh, this goes to main menu, that quits out entirely, I guess. Don't really have a lot of reason to go to the main menu, though. Yeah, I mean, I guess Delacroix gave us access to Initiate's PC, or did we have like I don't remember finding Initiate's PC access, but we just suddenly had it available for reasons. Oh, he wasn't going to the university. He's going to a different academy entirely. Much fancier than the public school. Or public college, rather. Oh, this car is well known to be ours. I thought like that was a mom being overly strict. That's a mom being paranoid because she's high profile and there's been bombings. Bombings have been helpful for her politically and to try out Orwell, but she is not behind them, is what I'm reading here. Well done, read the bombing. So this is after Nina was found, basically. That's possible way to interpret it, Envar. I just read it as like the fact what she said about the bombings and how the system is working and stuff, like her statement right after they got Nina. And also the fact that, you know, she made the article not accurate. Like that's another aspect of that too, as far as like, oh, good job making this sound good for us. Well, sort of, Lance. I mean, Nina still set the bombs. Like, Nina still physically set the bombs and detonated them. It's just that Jules provoked her to do so, pretending to be AIM. Oh, what was, So does that mean, yeah, he actually died and this was written by Jules, huh? My Julie here. Though he was a friend with many, very few knew the true person behind his gentle smile. Although his achievements in life were numerous, Gunther was a person always filled with self-doubt. It is no wonder, considering the world wronged him over and over again. Yes, he had his mistakes. He wasn't innocent. Who is? Gunther always did what he thought was right. He deserved better. I will miss you dearly, my friend. So that was written by Julie. When I first read this, my instinct was that he wrote it himself. Like, kind of referring to his past self as his friend there, which kind of works too, but... Alright, I mean, this is mostly all we have to go, because the other options are even worse, and we don't appear to actually have a in-game way to incriminate ourselves, as far as I can tell. So... yeah. Here we go. You want this one too? No, that's just gonna end the game. I figured it would. Under the spreading chestnut tree. Delacroix announced resignation after Orwell investigator finds incriminating evidence against him. Tight-lipped during the announcement. Government cancels Orwell. Government announces immediate termination of Orwell. Sure. Impartial agency commissioned with erasing store data permanently. Drive stores terabytes on individuals. Thought to be renewed. Juliet Carrington to the press. We had an obligation to reveal this malicious project. Thought to be rebuilt. Continue to reveal revelations of power abuse. Thought welcomes investigator. Investigator assists activist group Thought with recent revelations to be declared honorary member. Big hobo. Occupation investigator at Orwell. Oh, can we do something? Yeah, okay. We can fill up our own profile if we want also. In fact, we don't appear to have any other in-game options to do anything. Alright. Thought has declared the investigator assisting the activist group with the recent revelations an honorary member. It is presumed that this symbolic act is an attempt to save the investigator from possible prosecution by exposing his role to the public, since the investigator broke national law by their actions. This is presumed to mark the end of the case known as the Bonded bombings. Experts suggest that after the troubled events of the recent week, the nation and its citizens will finally find some long overdue peace and quiet. Like, I can't even click on this. So it's kind of amusing that this appears to... Like, can I even hit escape? I can't even hit escape. I would have to actively hard end it. Possibly trying to evade prosecution. That would be kind of funny instant, yeah. See, like, that ending might actually, like, feel a little bit more interesting if it wasn't what, like, Julie proposed to do, honestly, right? Like, it would, because then it's like, you know, I mean, it's fairly expected and obvious that Orwell's still around, right? But, that it is actually an impact of, oh, hey, Orwell's still here, and, now there's some other investigator investigating us, sort of thing, is kind of how it would feel at that point. It does not appear we can interact with the credits. At least there's no mouse cursor. Oh, do I recognize that trailer? I remember, like, Marlin being a name associated with making good game trailers. But I'm not sure. I might just be conflating different people. Although, I mean, if you recall, Julie's intention was not to hurt people with the bombs. Like, when she was pretending to be Abe, she asked Nina to set up the bombs, but wanted it done in such a way that it wouldn't actually kill people, you know? So she is relevantly responsible, but, and intention certainly doesn't absolve one of wrongdoing, but still worth considering in that aspect, right? Oh, you're talking about when Initiate was like, basically like, how can you invite me into the group when I'm already a part of it or whatever? I think that was them like cheekily saying they accept, or were like already doing stuff in favor of it or whatever. Purely coincidental. I mean, that's actually a surprisingly easy mindset to be in real life, subconsciously, especially Suzumi, that like, well, this person was like rude to me, like, therefore they're clearly guilty of these other things they're being accused of. Like, it's really hard to fight against biases like that. Ignorance is strength. Probably don't see a lot of reason to play what I assume is basically another campaign of this. Initiate was in contact with Abraham before the events of the story, yes. Cassandra is like a bad person in that she's really entitled and pretty impulsive. It doesn't really like take anything bad happening to her well, but as far as doing bad thing, well, I mean, she might have, you know, thrown a brick at an officer. That actually did happen, right? Yeah, she did throw a brick at an officer, but then was like completely horrified by it and wasn't really intending, just got worked up in the situation because of kind of the aforementioned impulsivity. So, you know, I mean, that is bad also. Yup, that is bad. I was like, oh, she's just bad for it. Then I realized, like, as I was talking out loud, I realized, yeah, now she's got other problems. Initiate, yes, it was one of Abe's early blog followers, exactly, yeah, yep. And tried to meet him in person at Ronson Tech when he actually started working there, but Abe didn't recognize him in person, of course, and things like that. So yeah, I mean, I like kind of the comment I made in the middle of the playthrough probably is ultimately my thought there, right? Like, it's interesting to do a game like this that you're, you know, showing off to some extent the reality of the world and like showing what it could be like to be on the other side and how that would work and everything, but in practice it just kind of feels like the game is I can't think of a right term. Like, it's not really self-aggrandizing, but it's like, it's, well, a term comes to mind that I'm not terribly fond of using, but it's, inner circle or whatever. It's, speaking to the choir. It's, yeah, there we go. How about that? Speaking to the choir, that it's, just the people that are already concerned with these sort of, like, real-life issues that are worth being concerned about won't really learn much from this, and I think people that are not concerned with these issues and people that don't understand how loose security is in general and how vulnerable your own information is to the greater world will just feel like the game's an exaggeration and not really feel like it's a real thing, right? So I don't think it really does that much, I guess. I don't know. But, I mean, I guess it does it to the extent that, you know, it is another point that gets people thinking about these issues and talking about these issues, and that is something that's worth, you know, bringing up and talking about. It's very easy, like, surprisingly easy for the rights of people to get very slowly eroded over time. I mean, this is constantly happening, even in more favorable governments, but certainly very prominent in the past several years in the United States. But there always needs to be people that are paying attention and willing to speak up and speak out about these concerns and these issues. Even if I feel the game itself was excessively on the nose in many cases and wasn't really, I don't know, jarring or subtle enough that I'm like, ooh, like made me like think or feel like goosebumps at any part or do anything like that. So it's in a weird spot. Yeah, I mean, sure, Suzumi, it's not necessarily always the government. It is certainly also true of Facebook and Google et al. As well. But, yeah, in any case, I suppose that was Orwell. It was an okay experience. I guess I wouldn't say I recommend it super highly, but I wouldn't recommend against it either. It's kind of neutral overall. It still feels really weird, the confusing inconsistencies in the ending that didn't really make sense. And it's also very interesting that like some of the stuff that we found wasn't addressed in any of the stuff we actually looked at, right? Like, I'm glad someone in chat brought it up, because I don't think I would have thought about it, but like the fact that Julie was completely ready to frame Harrison, that definitely seems to be the case. Unless Harrison's one level deeper and something. Yeah, I don't think so. Let's say Julie was ready to frame Harrison if other options didn't work out, but that's kind of weird that then she admits everything when she already sent that message like she was ready to frame Harrison, and I don't know, it's weird. It's weird. Welcome back to the waking world, Gray Fox. Yeah, I mean, endings are hard. There aren't really, there's a lot of things that don't really have good endings, it turns out, and it's kind of most media, but this isn't really an exception. Undertale has a good ending, but yeah, like, I mean, I agreed that the Delacroix ending was bad, like, and it wasn't gonna do much, and that's what Julie said, and I agree, and like, yes, Orwell's still around, but the only other option at the end, at the very end, you can then report yourself after Orwell is still around. Like, the timing of that just felt really weird and didn't really line up and make sense. Like, if Orwell still supposedly ended, then you have... I guess the idea at that point is theoretically that's a different investigator investigating the old investigator or something, like... I don't... But that doesn't make sense when Julie told you to report yourself, and... So, it doesn't really quite make sense in either way, right? She did disorder her, but I mean, she sent the message, right? She stole Harrison's phone in order to send a message from Harrison's phone that made it look like Harrison was Goldfell's. That is something Juliet did. Then once they're actually talking on the call, that she set up, she ends up deciding to spill all the beans. I mean, that kind of happened at the very end after the regular ending. There wasn't anything that we had access to before that. That we could see anyway. And I mean, it's possible there's something I missed, but... Yeah, Julia lied a lot. But, yeah. Like, 6.5-ish rating, probably. Something thereabouts. Orwell. Something like that, yeah. Yeah, I wonder if you could get the Delacroix info as well, Dan. Although, that felt weird. Also, it's like, oh, Delacroix just has the Orwell access file, which is also, like, it's something we don't need. Like, currently, Initiate's just chilling with complete access. So... I don't really know that we need this file anyway, but, I don't... Might have let you open your own file. I guess theoretically, if there is some other way to access that. And when she warns you away from her PC, you then start adding her other info and see if she reacts, and then go back to her PC while she's distracted. Like, none of that seems like things that would make sense. Of course she's gonna shut down her PC regardless, like, just be realistic, right? Not that I saw anywhere, Suzumi, no. I didn't see any way to open my own profile. It was only opened at the very end, afterwards. Like I said, it's possible we missed something, but, like, we skimmed through a lot of the files before finally being like, alright, I guess we just have to do Delacroix. So... well, I mean, assumedly that was, the fact, Lance, the stuff Victor was talking about with Julie was the stored data, about, Orwell and how it worked, that she said she was maintaining for Abe. That was, my read on that. That was my read, anyway. Anyway. Oh, yeah, maybe, Lance. implying there might be some other way to interact with it, and if you could find the way to interact with that, then you could reveal your own profile. It didn't seem like there was any other new leads that had popped up other than the ones we explored, though. Because I thought we scrolled through all of the stuff in the reader and the call log and stuff. And didn't see anything else new that we could do anything with? There is that fact. Yeah, it is real in Game Store. I mean, we could, of course, look it up at some point and see what other the other endings look like or whatever, but I imagine they wouldn't be too much more satisfying. I wouldn't be surprised if we missed something. It did feel bad that the dialogue didn't match the reality of our playthrough in some ways, so that was weird. But, what do we want to do for the conclusion of stream here? I mean, at some point I'll stream what I'm thinking of. There's another vaguely Big Brother sort of thing, but more specifically, you are receiving messages voluntarily from people that you try to help out, but it's very heavy. Called Kind Words. That is a game purely about people just like trying to help each other out with their problems, basically. And we will stream that at some point, but like I said, it is extremely heavy. Like, to the extent that I wouldn't want to be playing it for more than like an hour or something. Like, it's a lot. Hey, Rule. You really liked Orwell? I found it okay. I found it pretty middling, I guess. Like, the ending seemed kind of weak, and it's seemed a little bit broken in a few ways. In that it said stuff that wasn't true, and it had a vote count that didn't make sense, and seemed to like imply we had options that we didn't seem to actually have, and big shock, Orwell is still around after they shut it down. Like, everybody is surprised and shocked. Oh. But yeah, we're about to take a break. We'll keep streaming for a little bit here, just figuring out what it is we want that to be, I suppose. We can look at whatever achievements we got. We got 15 out of 27, apparently. Let's see here. Avert catastrophe. Apparently a lot of people did that, huh? Interesting. Like, 4/5 of people did that? That was episode 2, right? And to do that, we would have had to... we would have had to incriminate Cassandra a lot more. We would have had to throw a lot of Cassandra's information so that we could blackmail Cassandra to get more information. Yeah, no, I stand by. I'm happy to not have that achievement when 4 out of 5 people have it. Heck yeah. I will proudly take that. Choose the simple answer. Oh man, see, we should have had playlists running, because then this song could have popped up at a perfect time at some point. Know all favorites. Does that mean you put, like, everybody's favorite stuff into the database? How many people are just putting everything in the database? I guess, like, the majority are. Look at this, like, almost everything. Pick up what was left behind. Make an unlawful arrest. Make thought crimes. Uncover the truth. Find out who is there. I have no idea what that is. In the career. Oh, is that actually optional? Were we not required to wreck Symes? I mean, Symes asked us to, actively. Symes was like, do it. Put everything in there that we have on me. Like, he actively asked us to. Oh, the episode, it was actually released episodically? Interesting. Yeah, Thought is still on the hook. Eventually. Well, they're monitoring. But Orwell was taken down, so they're probably gonna get lax, and, you know, they won. Is their side of the thing, so just let them keep thinking that. Don't read minds. Win the war, administer justice, forgive a crime. Oh, this is if we let Nina escape, probably. Yeah, it seemed narrative forced, Lance, but I figured this achievement was for that, and that's only 11%, but like 19% of people have completed the game, so... So that's what I guess that is. No hunter can shoot them. I don't know what that is. I also don't know what this one is, the lowest one that we got. There we go. Speaking of games with good endings. Sometimes games have good endings. The dialogue for that conversation though, basically, like, it almost felt like it was ripped from Undertale. There was some weird, like, direct parallels there. That was kind of interesting, but anyway, what do we want to do for our final hour here? We could always just do like Picross or something. That is a easy, safe pick. Do the thing, yeah. We could do the thing. I mean, theoretically, this would be a good spot for kind words, but I think that's too heavy for me right now. And let's see. Also, my right wrist is not happy with the current state of affairs, so don't want to do anything too intense either. Yeah, we'll probably just go with the predictable easy pick and chill out with a little pick cross to end us out. I can see that roll. But like, there's several spots where it's presented in a weird way. The ending most notably, that it like directly says like, here's an option for the ending, and that doesn't seem to actually be available, sort of thing. And the ending also said that we did things that didn't actually happen, and a 2-2 vote was clearly in favor of us, of the people trusting us for some reason. Also, what do they do if they don't trust us? That could be interesting. Like, now I'm wondering what that would be. Oh, the most recent achievement we got was Doublethink, so that actually wasn't Symes. We got that at the very end. That was the end a career. Oh, that's ending. Yeah, that's what someone in chat said. I didn't realize what they were referring to. I thought they were talking about the Forgive a Crime. Yeah, no, end a career was Delacroix. Okay, sure. But yeah. I mean, one thing I should actually mention more often with a game like this that I stream, if you really enjoyed watching it streamed and you haven't played it yourself and don't really want to play it, but you really thought the game was great and liked it, consider buying it just because you enjoyed watching the stream of it. Or, I mean, maybe buying it on sale or something like that. But that's something I want to support and promote the concept of in general. Because, like, some people are like, oh, I already watched it, I don't need to buy it. But sometimes, like, if a game really connected with you especially, I think it's worth considering picking it up if... because the game really connected with you, even though you don't need to play it yourself, right? I don't necessarily think this is the game for that, at least as far as my experience goes, but if other people liked it even more than I did, like it was middling, I didn't dislike it, but if people liked it more, it's something to definitely consider, right? Like, I think that's a good mindset to promote. Apparently, Dice Order. It's interesting. Like, I wonder how most people played that. Like, that seemed like it seemed like the options were limited enough that the game should have understood what I had done and was trying to do. Like, I mean, I actively am proud of the fact that I am good at approaching games in a different way that most people don't approach them, and find things that most people never find, right? Like, that's something I'm actively very proud of, and I think is something that's somewhat special about our stream. For example, if you haven't seen our Doki Doki Literature Club playthrough, there's one option for you there. But it seemed like the options in this game were limited enough that the game should have understood what I was doing, so it felt really weird that it didn't and just broke in a way that I don't even entirely understand, right? It was basically like 2 + 2 is 5, like was part of it, like, because it was broken in multiple ways, and it just felt really weird, but